An ancient fear is rising once more. The long night approaches. Beyond the sea, dragons are rising. A new name is born. And while everyone believes they are fighting for a throne, the real battle begins for the living. And that morning, the sea is immense. It seems endless. There are waves, but they are not waves. It's more like mountains colliding. Arya Stark stands at the bow of the ship, surveying her surroundings. The wind blows her hair about. Her waving hair covers her face. She brushes it back with her hands, but it blows about again and again. The air smells of seaweed. There is a strange calm before the storm. The sea's smooth surface revealing itself even before it arrives, like when you say freedom and it tastes like salt, just like that. A taste you can't quite place lingers on your tongue. Behind Arya lies Westeros, fallen kingdoms, battles, cities reduced to ruins, and most importantly, the names she once whispered one by one in the night. That old list. The revenge list she recited by candlelight, clenching her fists. All of that is over now. Ahead of her lies a vast unknown, the side where the sun sets, the place where people say stories end, and Arya doesn't make a grand exit. No ceremony, no farewell, no "look, I'm leaving" vibe. She quietly disappears. She leaves a message for Sansa, that's all. I'll return if I find something worth returning for. Even that sentence feels heavy, because once you make a promise, it weighs on you. The ship is no ordinary vessel either. It's a gift from Davos Seaworth. Anything Davos touches turns to gold. It's high quality, it's honest. The ship's name is Nymeria's Song. Its sails are light-colored, strong. Its deck is worn from use, practically shouting, "I haven't been idle." The crew is a mixed bag. There are northerners loyal to the Stark name. They joined up when they heard the surname Stark. There are sailors from Essos, adventure, gold, opportunity on their minds, and 2 summer islanders. They constantly talk about seeing legendary creatures out west. Normally, you just smile and move on. But in this world, no one is really surprised anymore, because reality has long since learned to be more absurd than fairy tales. The journey starts off smoothly. The waters are calm. The wind is gentle. You relax thinking, all right, we're off. But as weeks stretch into months, oddities begin to surface. Take the stars, for instance. It's not because the clouds are blocking the view. The positions of the stars, are changing. There are constellations that people who navigate the seas know by heart. Where you say, that star should be here. But at some point, those shapes start to disappear. The sky above doesn't match the map of the heavens drawn by the masters in their books. This alone brings bad thoughts to mind. Where are we going? A sailor who was on watch that night comes over. His face is pale. There is fear in his voice. I saw a face in the waves. He repeats, pale. It looked like it was crying. Its eyes were like pearls. That sentence is followed by silence because no one has ever encountered such a thing before. Day breaks. The man is gone. Only one of his boots remains at the railing. The boot. It's such an ordinary thing that it fills one with even more dread. As if the sea had said, I took him, leaving only the boot behind as proof. Arya isn't even talking at this point, because she's someone who has long since crossed the boundary of what is called impossible. She has seen people change their faces before. She has fought the White Walkers. Even the phrase, I saw a face in the sea, doesn't seem impossible to her. Then, on the 12th day of the journey, they encounter a storm. But it's not just a little wind. Suddenly, the sky is covered with black clouds. The sea seems to be alive, screaming. Waves crash against the deck, ropes snap, masts creak. The ship is literally being pushed. The crew is thrown around, but everyone still tries to hold on to something. A rope, a mast, a sail. Because if you let go of one, they all go like a chain. Arya is on deck too. She's soaked to the bone. Her arms ache from holding on. Her hands are covered in cuts and rope marks. But she doesn't let go. Because that moment isn't about heroism. It's about survival. "Hold on!" she shouts in the midst of the storm. "Hold on, or we'll lose everyone." Lightning illuminates the sky, a white line like a snake, and in that split-second flash, Arya notices something far off on the horizon, a dark silhouette, something that shouldn't even be able to move in these conditions. In the middle of the storm, it seems to be dancing on the waves, moving forward with a strange grace. Is it a ship or not? You can't tell. For a moment, just a moment. Then the light fades, the darkness returns, and everything falls back into the storm. The storm finally subsides. Nymeria's song is still afloat but damaged. Half the sails are torn. 2 men are dead. 1 person is missing. The crew nervously scans the surroundings. They silently repair the deck. Because there are moments when even crying is a luxury. The ship comes first. The sea is strangely calm, as if it had been raging like a furious beast moments ago. It now lies still, as if catching its breath, but this silence feels wrong too. On the contrary, it makes one even more uneasy. Is this the end of the storm, or is it something taking a breath? That night, Arya goes out on deck. She doesn't make eye contact with anyone. She just sits down where she finds an empty spot, needle in her hand. The sword no longer looks as magnificent as it used to. Salt and years have worn down the steel, but even Needle's presence makes Arya say, "I'm still here." Old memories come to mind, her father's words. A lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Her pack is far away, yes, but strangely, even in the middle of the sea, she feels them. Because sometimes, when you are most alone, you remember the things you are attached to. The next morning, a glimmer appears on the horizon. Like light reflecting off glass, a flickering light filters through. The crew suddenly becomes excited. Voices shouting, "Land," because everyone is searching for hope, as if saying, "Let's get somewhere already." But the glimmer doesn't stay put. As they get closer, it becomes clear. It's not land, it's fog, thick silver-colored fog, and it's not like normal fog. It seems to hum softly. It feels alive. It sounds funny when you say it, but it's not funny there. It makes your hair stand on end. Jory arrives, a tough northerner. "Captain," he says, "should we turn back?" His voice is low, because he feels it too. There's something in this mist. Arya looks toward the fog. She hesitates for a moment, then, with clear determination, "No, keep going." As noon approaches, they plunge into the fog without slowing down. The light dims, the world becomes colorless. It's as if someone has taken the color from the sky. Even the sea is different. The water beneath the ship glows faintly, like glass. The crew begins to pray. Some to the Seven, some to the drowned god, some to whatever comes to mind. Because fear brings a person closer to every faith at once. Arya is silent again. She only grips the hilt of needle more tightly. Then the whispers begin. At first, very faint. "Is that the wind?" you might think. Then they grow louder. fills with them, like a choir, but not a song, like names. John, Sansa, Ned. Arya feels a tightness in her chest, because these names aren't ordinary names. They echo inside her head. The fog is both warm and ice cold. For a moment, she thinks she sees faces in the fog's swirls, pale, trembling, familiar. She blinks, and they disappear, but her heartbeat quickens, because even what she calls a trick feels real. Arya scolds herself. It's a game, a trick. Just then, a shadow rises in front of the ship. It seems enormous. Some of the crew collapse where they stand, because sometimes you can't fight what you don't understand. Your knees just give way. The fog slowly lifts, and black, sharp cliffs appear before them, rocks rising from the sea like teeth, their tops covered in silver algae, slippery and shiny. But what's truly unsettling is the sky. There are two suns in the sky. One is pale and small. The other is bright red, like blood, like a wound. They found land, yes, but this land doesn't look like a place they've seen before. It's as if the door to another world has opened. When the ship pulls up to shore, Arya steps onto the land. The sand is black, like ash. Her foot sinks a little, and in that moment, Arya feels a strange tug in her chest, a wordless recognition. It's as if her blood remembers this place, but her mind does not. The surface of the cliffs is carved. There are runes. They tell of a time before even the first men. Wolf faces carved into the stone, eyeless weirwood symbols, and the runes glow blue as Arya passes by them. The crew whispers, "Where are we?" Arya can't answer, because this place isn't like a place with a name, but a phrase comes to mind. Uncharted lands. You know, a place no one has mapped, no one has ever returned to tell of. Jory comes over. No birds, he says. No animals. Only the sound of the sea. Something is wrong here. Arya feels the same thing, but there's no turning back, because the point of this journey is to walk into the wrong. "We're going ashore," says Arya. "We'll see what's there." They climb up a narrow path to the cliff. Silver seaweed glistens on the rocks. The rocks are cold. The runes shimmer like veins as the sun hits them, as if something beneath the stone is breathing. When they reach the top, they see a wide plain. There is fog, but it is not like air fog. It is as if light is coming from inside the earth, and the fog is carrying it. Ruins can be seen in the distance, walls, towers. Time has bent them, and the world seems to have begun to swallow them. One of the Esso's sailors murmurs, "This place, is it alive?" Because the rocks beneath their feet seem to creak. A very faint vibration. You think, am I imagining this? But everyone's face is the same. Everyone hears it. Arya cuts it short. Whether it's alive or dead, we'll find out. As they walk through the ruins, another feeling grows. They feel like they're being watched, but there's no one around. The mist swirls. For a moment, there seems to be a long silhouette between the stones. When you blink, it's gone. The ruins are truly strange. Black stone, yet smooth as glass. Everywhere is carved. Men with wolf heads, trees with faces, rivers that spiral but never flow straight. It resembles neither Valyria nor anything else. They come to a mural, an armored army kneeling before a woman crowned with horns and flames. The woman holds a sword like light in her hand. Wolves prowl at her feet. Beneath her, a single line of runes glows, as if breathing. Jory asks, "What does it say?" says, I don't know. But at that moment, something strange happens. It's as if the meaning of the runes echoes inside Arya. It's not her language, but she understands it anyway. A sentence rises from within her. The wolf of the setting sun will return, first carrying its blood. As soon as this sentence is uttered, the atmosphere becomes tense, because it's like a prophecy, because it feels like this isn't just a random inscription on a stone. They decide to spend the night among the ruins. They light a fire, but the wood burns blue and cold. Even the fire is different. The stars in the sky are strange too. They glow green and gold. There is a silver ribbon between them. It is not a comet, but twists and turns like a living river. As midnight approaches and it's Arya's turn on watch, a whisper comes. Stark. The voice is muffled but indistinct. From the stone, the air, the sea below. Arya jumps to her feet, needle in hand. Who's there? She calls out. The mist forms before her, turning, taking shape. The silhouette of a tall woman. Her hair is like silver frost. Her eyes are pale, but seem to know everything. You should never have come here, the woman says. Arya doesn't back away. I came anyway, she says. The woman studies Arya. Wolf blood, ancient blood, stirring within you once more. Arya asks, where is this place? The woman replies, the land before memory, the home of those who fled when the world broke. The first men walked here, then the sea rose, the mist swallowed the path. You are the first to return, perhaps the last. Arya says, I've never been here. The woman smiles faintly, but beneath that smile lies a story. Not you, your blood. The wolves of the north came from here. The sea remembers its own. It called you. The woman slowly begins to dissolve into the air like smoke. Before leaving, she leaves a warning. Beware the red sun. When it burns fully, this land will drown again. In the morning, Arya doesn't tell anyone about this. Everyone already feels a sense of dread. But Arya notices the tide rising. The waves crash harder against the rocks, as if to say, you're close. That day, they venture deeper into the ruins and find a door, an entrance carved into the hillside made of pale stone. It bears the seal of the direwolf. The runes on the stone seem to be sleeping, but when Arya touches them, they sparkle for a moment. The stone feels warm. This is unsettling. The stone shouldn't be warm. Jory asks, what's behind it? Arya says, we'll see, and pushes the door. The others help. The door creaks, then swings open with a groan. Cold, damp air hits them, the smell of earth and old rain. They light torches, but the flames are strange. They glow blue. Arya goes in first. In the darkness, there are only footsteps, dripping water, and the echo of stone for a while. Then figures emerge from the shadows. The tall ones, the pale ones. Their hair is bone white. Their eyes shine like moonlight. They wear cloaks woven from leaves. They hold slender spears, but they do not attack. They speak. Their language sounds like the wind rustling through the trees. Like a song, soft but strange. They fall silent when they see Arya, and then they slowly kneel. One of them whispers, the wolf of the setting sun, and there you understand. This is no longer just an exploration journey. Arya didn't just cross the edge of the world. It's as if she stepped onto a place her own blood had forgotten. Once that sentence was uttered, the atmosphere changed. The crew's faces froze instantly. Even the northerners tensed up, because northerners don't show fear, but their eyes give them away. The Associ sailors stopped praying and just stared blankly. Arya began to grip the hilt of needle more tightly. It's not that a sword solves everything, but when a person has something in their hand, their mind wanders less. That's how it is. Then an old man stepped forward from the crowd. Old, but not in the sense of age, more like weathered by time. His hair was pure white, his face thin, his eyes dull, but his gaze heavy. He wore a circle made of bone and reeds around his head. Around his neck hung a glowing stone. The stone seemed to produce its own light. The old man stood before Arya and bowed his head. "The stones have spoken," he said. "The blood has returned." Arya didn't walk away immediately, because even the way they spoke wasn't like, "We are here, you are there." It was more like, "You are part of us." This didn't make her feel good. On the contrary, it made her shiver. "I am Arya Stark," said Arya, "from Winterfell. I carry no prophecy." The old man's mouth twitched slightly. It was unclear whether it was a smile or pity. "Your name doesn't matter," he said. "What matters is what flows in your veins. The blood of the first men. It has awakened in you." Jory interrupted. He was a stern man, but even his voice was hushed in this place. "Where are we?" she said. "Who are these people?" The old man raised his eyes for a moment to the ceiling, to the darkness of the stone. "This is Noravan," he said, "the last refuge, the last pocket left when the sea swallowed the road." Noravan, even the name sounded like no return. "The sea swallowed the road?" Arya asked. The old man raised his head very slowly. "There used to be a road here, before the world broke. Then the sea rose, the fog closed in, the road drowned. Some fled east, some stayed here. The traces of blood have wandered the world ever since. Even as they tell this story, they speak as if it were yesterday. That's when you realize time doesn't flow normally here, or perhaps their memories don't fight with time." "Well, 2 sons," said a sailor in a low voice. The old man stared outside without blinking, as if he could see through the walls. "The red one," he said. "When it wakes, the sea wakes." Arya felt uneasy, because it matched what the woman she had met in the fog had said. "Watch out for the red sun." The old man gestured, and the people of Noravan made way. "Come," he said. "We need to show you something." They went through tunnels. There were glowing crystals embedded in the walls. They weren't just emitting light, they seemed to be keeping rhythm, a very low vibration, like the sea, like a heart. After a while, they came to a large room, a huge void, and in the middle, a pool. But it wasn't water. Its surface was like glass, its depths like the sky. It had its own light, still, yet alive. The people of Noravan stood silently around the pool. The old man spoke. "This is Noravan's memory. You think the sea takes everything, but it keeps some things. Water reveals the truth." Arya approached the pool. She bowed her head, and at that moment, first Winterfell appeared. The snow-covered courtyard, the smoke-filled chimneys, the sound of iron, the silent gaze of the weirwood. Then the image shifted. She saw Jon, his face weary, his eyes heavy. She saw Sansa, not on a throne, but as if under a burden. She saw Bran, distant, with a blank stare. For a moment, he seemed to relax, as if to say, "So they're still here." But the water suddenly changed. The sky turned blood red. The sea seemed to boil. Ships sank one by one. People screamed, but their voices didn't come out. And in the middle, the water showed Arya. She stood at the front of Nymeria's song. The red red sun reflected in her eyes, her hand stretched westward as if telling the sea to stop. Arya stepped back, her breath caught. "What is this?" she said. The old man's voice was low. Because for them, this was not a scene of terror, but of knowledge. "What the sea remembers," he said. "And what is coming?" Jory asked. "What is approaching?" The old man looked at Arya. "The breaking," he said. "When the sea rises again, it's not just the water that rises. Time shifts. The land changes." This sentence is very heavy, because the water rises is fine. But when he says time shifts, it takes on a whole new meaning. Just then, a voice rose from the entrance of the tunnels. A sailor entered, gasping for breath, his face frozen with fear. "Captain," he called out, "there's movement on the shore, people coming through the mist." Arya's eyebrows furrowed. "How many?" "6, 7, maybe more. They have torches, they have swords." For a moment, the atmosphere tensed and everyone looked at each other. Even the people of Noravan became nervous, because this meant outsiders. Then a silhouette appeared behind the sailor, a tall man. He was wearing a jet black cloak, completely soaked, as if he had walked out of the fog. He lifted his hood, and the face was familiar. Gendry. Arya couldn't speak for a moment, because she hadn't expected this. Even the phrase "all the way here" seemed absurd. Gendry's face was tired, but his eyes were clear, as if to say, "I found you." Said Arya, her voice hard. "What are you doing here?" Gendry shrugged, but there was weariness in that shrug. "Sansa sent me," he said. "If you don't come back, at least I'll find out what happened." The crew began whispering. The people of Noravan were silent, all staring at Gendry, as if to say, "Who is this? How did he get here?" The old man stepped forward. He looked at Gendry. His gaze changed. For the first time, it seemed threatening. "Leaving these lands is not easy," he said. "The sea does not give up its secrets." Gendry scanned the people of Noravan, then looked at Arya. "You've made some new friends too," he said. Arya corrected him immediately. "Not friends," she said, "but they'll drown." At that moment, a silence fell over the room, because the word drown was heavy for both Noravan and the sea. Here, everyone already talked about drowning as if it were just another day. The old man bowed his head. "The sea is rising," he said. "When the red sun rises, Noravan will end. This is the final cycle." Arya's face hardened. "Then I can't leave anyone behind," she said. Gendry didn't say anything right away. He wasn't the type to say "can't leave," but the truth was there. "How many of you are there?" he asked. There were many people from Noravan. The crew was already limited. Nymeria's song was damaged. Gendry thought about the ship. "We'll sink the ship," he said plainly. "If we take them all, we all go down." Arya's eyes swept over the people of Noravan, those kneeling, those standing silently. They were no longer mere figures. They were living beings. "It's impossible," Arya said, "but we'll do what we can." Something changed when the old man looked at Arya. It was as if he was saying, "Yes, the stones said so too." "The wind didn't bring you here for nothing," he said. "If the wolf leads the way, the tide will follow." These conversations aside, time was passing quickly, because the sea outside was not waiting. They returned to the shore. Even as they descended, the waves were crashing higher against the rocks. The black sand they had stepped on yesterday seemed narrower. The sea had taken another step forward overnight. Preparations began on the ship. The ropes were tightened. The torn sails were patched. Everyone started calculating the load. The people of Naravan came one by one. They didn't have much luggage because these people don't cling to possessions. It was as if they had lived their lives thinking, we could leave at any moment. When Gendry saw the cargo, he approached Arya. "That's enough," she said. "Any more and we'll sink the ship." Arya looked down. There were still people waiting on the shore, pale faces, silent eyes. Arya's heart tightened because this meant choosing. "I can't leave them," she said. Gendry's voice was low but clear. "If you don't, we'll all sink," he said. "Then no one will be saved." Something broke inside Arya because he was right. At that moment, the old man approached, as if he had been waiting for this sentence for years. "There is a way," he said. "A small boat." The people of Norvin worked quickly with their hands. They built a small boat from the wood left by the storm, from torn pieces of sail. Light, fast, but fragile. Gendry looked at the boat. "We can pull this," he said, "but it won't last long." Arya made her decision. "Tie up this boat," she said. "They'll come after us. When the current breaks, they'll head south." The old man shook his head. "The Ash Tree Island," he said. "The last place left above water. The Ash Tree Island. It was like a legend from Naravan. The last remaining, the boat was tied up. The survivors boarded it. Nemeria's song took as many as it could, and just as they were leaving, the rocks of Norvin trembled. Stones broke off the cliff. Black stones fell into the sea. The sea swallowed the falling stones as if they had never been there. Arya turned and looked back for a moment. Norvin seemed to be slowly sinking. Not a country, but a memory. Gendry spoke in a low voice. "It's still going," he said. Arya's voice was firm. "We're leaving too," she said. "Right now." The sails filled. The ship turned east. The fog remained behind, closing like a curtain. For a moment, it truly felt like we had escaped. The wind calmed. The sky cleared. The people of Norvin stood silently on deck. No joy, because they seemed to have forgotten how to rejoice. They were more silent with a sense of "we survived." But the sea did not fall completely silent. As the ship moved forward, faint lights began to appear beneath the water, like veins, twisting lines, as if something were writing beneath the sea. Jory shouted from above, "There's movement beneath us." Just then the ship shook once, then again. Then the surface of the water broke, and something rose from the depths of the sea. It wasn't a whale. It wasn't a monster either. Even the word monster seemed too simple. Its skin was smooth as ice. Its eyes were blue-white, like cold fire. It didn't attack the ship right away. It just circled. It made a turn around the ship, silent, huge, as if to say, "I am here." Then a voice came. The sound didn't come from a mouth. It didn't come from the sea. It seemed to enter everyone's mind at the same time. "You shouldn't have come." Arya's hair stood on end, because this voice sounded like the Mist Woman's voice. The same warning, the same weight. Gendry took his hammer in his hand, but at that moment, the hammer meant nothing. He knew that too. The old man's voice trembled. "The drowned road's keeper," he said. "The sea's memory, it pulls back the runaway." As the creature approached the ship, its shadow covered the deck. Everyone froze. The archers readied themselves, but it was unclear where the arrow would go. This thing was not something that could be wounded by an arrow. The creature looked at Arya. The look was strange, not just hunger, like recognition, as if to say, I know your blood. Then, without doing anything, it turned back and sank into the water. The lights began to fade with it. The sea seemed normal again. No one spoke on the deck for a while. Then Jory whispered, "It left us." Arya's voice was low. "For now," she said. The old man nodded. "As long as there's blood, it won't strike," he said. "But the sea doesn't forget, it only delays." Night fell with a crimson light. The red sun seemed to have grown on the horizon, as if closer, heavier, and after a while, the sea changed again. The wind died down, the air grew cold, but not a normal cold, a cold that penetrated to the bone, making you think, this isn't normal. Then the water began to recede. The sea, it was receding as you know it, but this wasn't receding. It was as if it was being sucked downward. A circle formed on the horizon, a spinning void. The water was flowing toward it, and that spinning place was growing, a whirlpool, but not an ordinary whirlpool. It's as if the sea is opening a door. The old man held his breath at that moment. "The drowned road," he said. "It's opening." Nymeria's song began to be pulled toward that whirlpool. The ropes tightened. The masts groaned. The crew panicked. Gendry shouted, "Cut the tow rope, the small boat, or it'll drag us down too." Arya's eyes went to the small boat behind them. Noravin's people were there. They weren't silent anymore. They were singing. A thin, high-pitched but strong song, as if they were telling the sea, "Take us." Arya's face tensed. "If we cut it, they'll die," she said. Gendry's voice hardened. "If we don't cut it, we all die." Right then, the moment of decision arrived. A decision no one liked, but someone had to make. Arya hesitated for a second, and that second worked in the sea's favor. The small boat was suddenly swept into the whirlpool. The rope broke. The boat spun, then seemed to rise into the air for a moment, and it was gone. It vanished from the world. The sea swallowed it. Not a sound remained. A void opened on the deck. Everyone saw the same thing. Did that just happen? Arya clung to the railing. Her fingers turned white. "The gods," someone whispered. The old man's voice grew even quieter. "The sea has taken what it wanted," he said. "The path will close." And indeed, the whirlpool slowly closed. The water returned to normal. The wind came back, as if nothing had happened. But nothing on deck was normal. The people of Noravin were crying silently, but not like tears, more like a deep lament. The crew's faces were frozen. Arya didn't speak, because if she spoke then, she would break. The old man approached Arya. "You can head east now," he said. "The sea is sated for now." Gendry came to Arya's side. He wanted to say something but didn't, because after this loss, you don't say you did well or you did badly. You just carry on. The ship sailed through the night. Moonlight traced a path across the water, and at the end of that path, something appeared at dawn. First came the smell of smoke, then a black line on the horizon. "Land," someone said. As they got closer, it became clear. This was no ordinary land. The rocks were cracked. Light seeped from within them like fire. Steam rose from the shore. The sea hissed as it crashed against the rocks. The old man whispered, "The island of the ash tree." The island was burning, but not completely. More like fire was breathing beneath it. It was as if the heart of the world was beating here. They descended to the shore. The ground was hot. The sand was black and gritty. The air smelled of ash, and there really were people, but they weren't pale like the people of Noravan. Their skin was darker, their hair darker, their clothes were covered in soot. Their eyes shone green and gold, the eyes of people who had seen much fire. One of them stepped forward. He wore a cloak that looked like it was made of burnt feathers, and his face was streaked with red clay. "You came from the west," he said. "Those who come from there die. How did you get here?" Arya pulled down her hood. "From Noravan," she said, "but Noravan is gone." The woman's gaze softened for a moment, as if she had been waiting for bad news for years. "So it's our turn now," she said. Then she gestured for them to walk deeper into the island. "See the tree," she said. "Let it tell you." They passed through the forest. The trees looked burned but were alive. Their leaves shimmered like silver. The air was warm but not stifling, more like a warning that there's fire beneath. And in the middle of the island it stood, a great weirwood, but not the weirwood you know. Its trunk was white, like bone. Its leaves were the color of flame. There was a face on its trunk, but the face wasn't angry, more tired. Resin flowed from its eyes, like blood. The woman pointed to the tree. "This is the gift of the first ones," he said. "They planted it here when the sea rose. They thought its roots would hold the world. But now the roots are burning. When the roots break, the sea will rise again." Arya looked at the tree. She felt a strange pull inside her, like the pool in Noravan, as if this tree also remembered. The old man stepped forward. "There is a way," he said. "Balance." The woman frowned. "Balance?" The old man looked at Arya. "The sea and fire were once one," he said. "When one rises, the other awakens. You seal the balance with blood, wolf blood. If it touches the roots, the fire sleeps." Gendry immediately stepped forward. "No," he said. "Enough. We won't lose anyone else." Arya's face tightened because she didn't like the word prophecy. She didn't like the phrase, "I was chosen." But she also saw this. The island was cracking. The earth was breathing. The sea was constantly opening up. This wasn't about believing. It was about being. Arya spoke in a cold voice. "I won't die for a prophecy," she said. "But if it means those who live here will have a little more time, I'll give it." Gendry's face fell. Arya didn't look away. "Not death," she said. "Blood. Only blood." The old man shook his head. The woman remained silent too, because in that moment, everyone understood the same thing. This tree didn't want a promise. It wanted a price. Arya went to the tree. She took out the needle. She opened her palm. She held the blade for a moment, as if holding her past. Then she cut her hand. Deep, the blood fell onto the warm earth. The moment the blood touched the roots, the tree trembled. The leaves, which had been like flames, flashed for a moment, then softened. The light burning in the cracks of the trunk began to fade. The earth took a deep breath, and a whisper came, this time not into her head. It spread into the air. "Blood remembers." Arya's knees buckled for a moment. The world tilted. Gendry lunged forward but was too late. Arya fell to the ground. The last thing she saw as her eyes closed was the light rising from the tree, growing like dawn. When Arya opened her eyes, she couldn't tell what day it was. The air was foggy, but it wasn't like Noravan's fog. It was softer, more like awakening. Arya was lying on a stone floor. A cloak was over her, a stinging pain in her palm. Her hand was wrapped in cloth. There was no fire beside her, but there was warmth, warmth coming from the roots. The tree trunk was no longer burning. It glowed white, like moonlight. Gendry stood a few steps away. His eyes were bloodshot, not from lack of sleep, but from fear. "Don't move," he said. "You've been lying there for 2 days." 2 days? Arya's voice was hoarse. Gendry nodded. "The fire went out," he said. "What you did, it worked." Arya tried to stand. For a moment, her head spun, but then she steadied herself. The world seemed clearer, as if the sounds were closer. Even the smallest details in the wind seemed audible. The old man came over. His hair fluttered in the wind. His face showed both relief and weight. "The road is open for a while," he said. "You can go east." Arya was about to say, "Then let's go," when something happened in the tree. The leaves rustled. They rustled even though there was no wind. The face on the trunk, it seemed to open its eyes. A reddish glow appeared, and a voice came. This voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It was more like the world itself. "You did this," said the voice, "but the breaking is not over." Arya froze. Even Gendry held his breath. The voice continued. "The fire sleeps. The sea will answer. The tide will walk eastward until it reaches the eastern shore." Arya's throat went dry. "Westeros," someone whispered. The voice fell silent, as if it had heard this. Then it left one last thing. "Go east. Carry the memory. The wolf will meet its shadow." Then the leaves stopped. The face closed. The tree became a tree again. A long silence. Gendry looked at Arya, his voice softening. "We're going home," he said. "But this time, it's not just going home." Arya looked at the bandage in her hand. There seemed to be a cold glint at the edge of her palm. Very faint, but it was there. "Yes," said Arya, "we're going back, but the sea won't leave us alone." The old man nodded. "The sea, it knows you," he said. "It will always remember you now." That night they prepared the ship. The song of Nymeria's hull was scarred, but she still lived. Those who had escaped Noravan were on board. Those left behind stood on the shore, silently in the shadow of the ash tree. The woman, the one in the fur-lined cloak, gave Arya a small piece, a white fragment as if torn from the tree's root. "To remember," she said, and as a warning, Arya took the piece. It was still warm in her hand, like a small heart. At dawn, they set sail. The island was left behind. The red sun hung on the horizon like a wound. The sea looked calm, but Arya no longer trusted the word calm, because beneath that calm, something was always stirring. And as they headed east, a faint light appeared on the surface of the water. It was as if the sea was saying, "Okay," but at the same time, it was also saying, "I haven't forgotten." Ash Tree Island lay far beyond the eye could see, while the first wave crashing ashore from the sea evoked unease. It was like the silence that follows chaos. Everyone was on edge, waiting for something else to happen. This feeling filled everyone's heart. Nymeria's melody was weary. Her hull was covered in blood, her sails were patched, her ropes were taut. The crew on deck was the same. Everyone was drained of energy, yet on edge. The sea was like a strange companion, like an angry child whose next move was unpredictable. Those who had escaped Noravan were enveloped in silence. There was neither shouting nor joy. It was as if they thought the sea would hear their cries and be very angry with them. Some went up on deck and gazed at the horizon, while others bowed their heads and murmured softly in their own languages. No one could tell if those murmurs were prayers or lamentations. Arya was silent again, but this time her silence concealed something. It was as if a burden known only to her had been placed on her shoulders. The bandage in her palm was dry with blood. Though the cut seemed to have closed, a faint redness remained around it. It wasn't very noticeable, but you could see it if you looked closely. And the small root fragment around her neck was a gift from the ash tree. Sometimes she felt warmth radiating from that spot on her body. Gendry watched him without making a sound, without disturbing him. He just made his presence felt. Sometimes he helped pull the ropes, sometimes he watched the ocean from the deck. His sentences were short and concise. When he tried to form long sentences, he could never finish them. The sea remained calm for the first 2 days. The wind was gentle. The sky was like an old friend. But at night, the stars felt different. Their shapes sometimes changed. Sometimes they weren't where they should be. It was as if even the sky felt foreign to itself. On the 3rd night, a change occurred, a different feeling. The ocean, dazzled with its brilliance, Norvin immediately noticed the difference in the waves he knew. A dazzling light appeared beneath the water. The stars' brilliance reflected on the surface. As the ship moved forward, the line of light flowed against the waves, sometimes curving, sometimes breaking, then reuniting. Even Jory, known as the toughest man on deck, took a step back. "Here we go again," he said. The old Norraven leader, that's what the crew called him, came slowly. He looked carefully at the water. He was completely still at that moment. It was clear in his eyes. He had accepted it. "He hasn't forgotten," he said. Gendry grumbled. "He looked at us once. Isn't that enough?" The old man shook his head very slightly. "The fact that he looked means he never forgot." That night, no one could sleep. Those who could sleep were tested by the dreams they saw. They saw different images and couldn't make sense of them. But Arya's dream was clear. The sea was rising to the sky. The shore was disappearing. Stone towers were sinking into the water. And she saw the faces of people she knew in the dream. Jon's gaze, Sansa's silence, Bran's distance. They were all standing on the shore, and the ocean was coming towards them. No one was running away. They knew there was no point in fleeing. By morning, the dream had faded, but a feeling remained. This was not an end, but a beginning. The 7th day had arrived, and early in the morning, the watchman's shrill voice could be heard. Land. This word gives everyone hope. Even if people are tired, they get up. Even if they are afraid, their hearts fill with hope. Because land means we are arriving somewhere. A line appeared in the distance, a shore. As they approached, the shape of the shore became clearer. Rocks, trees, but everything felt wrong. It was as if a drunken painter had drawn Westeros from memory. As we approached the shore, we noticed the following. There were forests, but the trees were taller and more misshapen than they should have been. The sand on the shore was dirty. For the first time, the wind carried the smell of wet earth instead of freedom. But the strangest thing was, the ocean was very quiet. There were waves, but something had silenced them. Gendry narrowed his eyes. "Did the current carry us south?" he asked anxiously. Arya was sure of herself, shaking her head. "No," she said. "The course is correct," the old Naravan leader added in a sharp voice at that moment. Then, It's not our course that's wrong, it's the shore itself. The anchor was dropped, the sails were lowered. Arya in front, Gendry beside her, Jory at the back. They stepped ashore. The sand they stepped on was softer than it should have been. Footprints were clearly visible on the sand. It was as if the sand was foreign, newly formed. As they walked forward, they found a path. It was hard to call it a path. It was more like the remnants of an old road. The shape of stone structures appeared in the distance as they reached the end of the path. Towers. They were broken, covered in moss, and resembled the stonework of the north. The walls bore reliefs that anyone could recognize. A wolf, a dire wolf, a winter rose, and symbols reminiscent of the Stark spiral knot. Jory said in a trembling voice, "This must be Stark work." Arya noticed more details with every step. She was certain this wasn't Winterfell. It seemed much smaller, half-finished, but she was sure of one thing. Stark hands had touched this place. It was as if it had once been a home, a crossing point, a temple. Then time had slowly crushed it like a catastrophe. They entered. In the middle of the courtyard was an old well. The water was dark. Arya leaned in to look. The reflection rippled, and for a moment it seemed like a second face appeared. Very briefly, just a breath. Then the water smoothed out again. Gendry found something on the ground, a helmet engraved with a dire wolf. But the metal of the helmet felt like it belonged to someone else. When he touched it, he felt the weariness of centuries. Arya reached out her hand too, touching the helmet carefully. It was very dusty and old. "This," said Gendry. Arya finished the sentence. "Old." The old Noravan leader looked at the stones on the ground, then raised his head. "This is not destruction," he said. "This is where the sea writes its own story." At that moment, the ground trembled very slightly. Dust fell, not a bird's song, not an animal's cry, but a murmur as if something beneath the earth were breathing. Arya, without hesitation, "Back," she said. "Now!" They began running toward the shore. Just then, the sea receded, but this wasn't a normal retreat. It was as if someone were pulling the sea back like a rug. The water receded rapidly. Everything that had been submerged moments before was now exposed. Old shipwrecks, broken masts, blackened planks. The wreckage the sea had hidden for years. Jory's throat went dry. This isn't good." An old hoarse voice said, "It is breathing." Then the breath came. A wall of water rose on the horizon. It was like a wall, not a wave. It was taller than the ship masts. Only one thought crossed the minds of those running toward the shore. "We won't make it." "Run!" Arya shouted. "To the boats!" Foam and noise swallowed everything. The wave crashed against the rocks, pounded the forest, and sent sand flying into the air. Water poured over Arya. The world turned white for a moment. Sounds were drowned out. Her breath caught. Just as she was being swept away, a hand grabbed her wrist. Firm but reassuring, a familiar grip. Gendry. Together they made it to the surface. A rope had been thrown to the boats. The crew pulled them in. They climbed back onto Nymeria's song, soaking wet, coughing and spluttering. The ship was badly shaken, but it remained afloat despite everything. When they looked toward the shore, they noticed that half of the area where the towers stood was submerged. The sea, as if making a conscious choice, had silently swallowed that spot, as if to say, "This is mine now." The elderly Noravan leader leaned against the pole, catching his breath. "The sea noticed you," he said to Arya, and followed your trail all the way home." Gendry's jaw tightened. "So even the place we call home isn't safe anymore." Arya didn't hesitate. "That's why we're heading north," she said. When they turned north, the weather changed. The wind picked up, the sea turned gray, and it began to snow, not softly, big, wet, blinding snow. As they approached the shore, old debris was visible in the water, broken poles, blackened hulls, like 100 years' worth of trash. When they reached the shore, the cold seeped into them, but it wasn't the cold that was most unsettling. It was the silence. No birds, no wolf howls, just the whistle of the wind through the rocks. They walked for a while and found a rusted, half-buried door, a dark door like ironwood, a faded wolf track above it. Arya brushed the snow away with her hand. The mark was still there. "This is ours," she said, her voice barely a whisper. They forced the door open. Inside was a courtyard filled with snow. The walls were crumbling, but in the center stood a tree, a weirwood, white trunk, a few leaves tinged with red, its face worn but resin dripping from its eyes, like blood. Arya placed her hand on the trunk, and in that moment she heard a very clear, very close whisper. "The wolf of the setting sun brought the tide home." Arya pulled back. She looked at Gendry. "Did you hear that?" she said. Gendry frowned. "I didn't hear anything." The old Northern leader approached slowly. "He hears it," he said, "because the roots now recognize him." They couldn't walk much further after this conversation, because ahead they saw firelight, real fire, human voices, signs of life. They approached silently. There was a small camp, a few people around it. Their clothes were worn out, their faces were hard. Hunger and cold make people look the same. They were like that too. But there was still a spark of "I'm alive" in their eyes. A woman stepped forward, gray streaks in her hair, a spear in her hand. "Who are you?" she said. Arya gave her name, Arya Stark. The woman's face tensed. The word Stark sounded like a fairy tale here. "Stark," she said. "The Starks. They're long gone." Arya's throat tightened. "Winterfell." The woman didn't look away. "Winterfell. It's been over a century," she said. "The sea rose. The plains drowned. People fled north. Those who remained took refuge in the mountains. Only crumbs remain here." This sentence settled into everyone on the ship, because it wasn't just that the shore had changed. Time had changed too. Gendry's voice was low. "A century?" The woman shrugged. "By our reckoning," she said. "Perhaps longer. When the sea rises, the calendar breaks. The day is not the same day anymore." The old Noravan leader whispered, as if he had been expecting this. "The deep, it pulls not just water, but time too." The woman pointed to the back of the camp. "There's a place," she said, "the last refuge, a castle atop a cliff. Its name is Greywatch. Whatever remains of the north is there." Arya didn't hesitate. "Take me there," she said. The Greywatch road was not easy. The snow was sometimes knee-deep. The wind blew like a knife cutting their faces. The places they camped at night were once villages, but now they were piles of stones with collapsed walls. Sometimes they thought they saw movement in the distance, like shadows among the trees, but as they approached, it vanished. These lands were silent, not to frighten, but to leave one alone. On the second day, they passed the edge of a frozen lake. The sky was the color of lead. The ice was black, like glass. And beneath the ice, shapes seemed to stir, large, slow, indistinct. Jory didn't look at the lake again. Gendry stopped joking and quickened his pace. On the third day, cliffs appeared. The wind howled here. Below, the sea was like a dark void, and atop the cliff stood Greywatch. Black stone walls, weathered towers, but a fire burned. Smoke billowed, saying, "There is life here." When they reached the gate, guards came out. They wore old pieces of armor, rusty but serviceable. Their shields bore faded direwolf marks. When Arya Stark was said, a whisper spread through the hall like a wave. Stark, the legend, the one who returned from the west. They were led into the great hall. The hall was narrow, cold, but alive. The smell of soup, wood smoke, the distant sound of children. Arya caught the scent of normal life for the first time in a long while. That scent alone can make a person cry sometimes. And at the end of the hall stood an old man. His hair was white, his face lined. He wore a faded cloak embroidered with a direwolf. He stood up, unable to take his eyes off Arya. "No," he said. "This can't be." Arya paused for a moment, because the man's gaze was not that of a stranger. It was more like the shadow of a familiar face. As the man approached, his voice trembled. "You are the face my great-grandmother told me about," he said. "The face of the girl who went west." Arya felt ice run through her. "Who are you?" she said. The man swallowed. "I am Brandon Stark," he said. "From Rickon's line, from Sansa's grandchildren's grandchildren." This sentence cuts like a sword, because suddenly you understand. The names remain, but the people are gone. The memories remain, the bodies are gone. Brandon bowed his head. "A century has passed," he said. "The sea rose, the world changed. We held on to the crumbs that remained. But now you have come." The old Northern leader stepped forward. "The breaking has begun again," he said. "The sea is rising once more." He came in its wake. Brandon's face hardened. "Then the story is not over," he said. "Then this castle will hold out one last time." Arya said nothing, because the knot in her throat prevented her from speaking. She only did this. She touched the root fragment around her neck. The fragment warmed slightly, and from the sea below, from the bottom of the cliff, a sound was heard. Deep, heavy, a rumble, as if the sea was saying, "I saw you coming."